Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to a bit more of the solo character challenge. Solo character, solo class, single challenge, something like that, with the dancer. And today, what I'm gonna do is... I've been trying to think on how to get past those purebulos, and I feel like the only reasonable way is going to be by just having enough damage, straight up damage, in order to defeat them. Or more specifically, in order to defuse them in one swing, at least the front row. So that means I need to deal about 700 to 800 damage with one swing, and also have the appropriate amount of HP. On top of that, I do need some more elixirs. So we are going to just run around on this field here to both get elixirs from the zoos, hopefully, and also hopefully to... There's no elixir here. To hopefully get a bunch of experience along the way. I do think I passed up the best place to gain experience at this point. So I hope we can find something that is at least similarly good. So yeah, welcome guys, I hope you're doing well. Greetings to you, Grubbly, greetings to you, Ryok, and greetings to you, frogs are friends, not food. I agree, I like your name. Welcome guys, I hope you're doing well, and I hope you have a pleasant day, evening, morning, afternoon, night so far. Oh yeah, hello, how are you doing guys? Timer isn't running on stream? Oh, thank you. I keep forgetting that it doesn't have global hotkeys active, so I need to specifically focus the timer first in order to get it started. Thank you for the heads up. So yeah, we are just going to be walking in circles for a while here. Also, I was thinking maybe I could start dancing in certain cases to take down those zoos, but really, I think it's overall just going to be faster if I just physically attack instead. One place that I was thinking of that didn't really work out earlier, but may work out now, is maybe leveling up by defeating a bunch of chimeras. But, oh well. So that's what the current idea is anyways. Just grab more elixirs. I need at least like 6, 7, or even 8 elixirs, I would guess, in order to be able to do this within, well, let's say a reasonable amount of time. So we're just hunting those elixirs in the form of giant birds, or something like that. If I want to have a higher chance of elixirs, I would go into the ship graveyard, but that has a lower chance of... well, actually, that hasn't got anything to do with a chance. It does give me a lot less experience, so there's that. So yeah, just going to be running in circles here for a while. I actually might want to see whether there is a better place for grabbing zoos as enemies. Because around here, I guess they are in about half of the battles. There's like 2 different formations where there's a zoo. I wonder whether there's more formations in a different place where there might be more zoos. Or at least a higher probability of them, because they are really my main targets. Oh well. And we just start grinding, I guess. For the tournament, thank you for the host. Welcome to you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and well, I hope you're doing well. How's it going? I'm actually going to do a dance here, just so I might be able to get healed through Jitterbug Duet. Nice. The downside, of course, is that A jitterbug do it, then the regular attack is not going to do the trick. It's not just gonna dance again, and, well, I get healed again, so that's good. Full HP, I don't even have to use potions, although I feel like maybe using potions is going to be faster in the long run. Because it's only a 1 in 4 chance for me to get those double jitterbug duets that I would need. And hey, Yusef, welcome to you. I hope you're doing well as well. This is the Super Famicom version, Grobbly. The Game Boy Advance version is more of a square, and also the resolution is a fair bit smaller. However, it does have a few quality of life improvements to the battle UI, where, let's say you try to use a potion, it will not just show you how much HP somebody currently has, but how much maximum HP they have, and little things like that, such as in the menu you can turn pages by pressing R or L in order to get to the next character, which you cannot do in the Super Famicom version. So yeah, currently I'm looking at this encounter group here, which is actually group 11, with 3 eagles in one group. The second group has just a zoo, the third group has a zoo and 2 eagles, and the fourth group has just 2 grass turtles. Run is quite fine, well, until we run into the wall of Purebolos. Because those little guys are much more of a problem than I initially anticipated. Like, I figured that they would not be easy with the low HP total, but I also thought I was dealing more damage with a single regular attack than I ended up doing. I thought I was dealing like 700 damage, but I completely miscalculated, so that's my problem there. For whatever reason, I thought 1600 damage resulted in about... what was it? No, 2000? Either way, I thought... I basically tried to figure out the amount of damage I was doing by subtracting the amount of damage I did from the sword trance divided by 4, but I think I only divided it by 3 for whatever reason. So now I need a few more levels in order to at least get a good shot at those guys. So it currently looks like this is actually the best place to get zoos as enemies. All the other places where you can get zoos, they are less common. There's always 2 encounter groups in which zoos can appear, but only this one area here has them to be a regular encounter group, number 2, and a uncommon encounter group, number 3. Every other one has them as a regular one, and then a rare encounter group, so it's much more likely to get zoos around here. I mean, probably there is actually technically 3 different zones of spawns here where zoos can spawn. This one right here is kind of notable for it having a triple eagle spawn with nothing else in it. Then the zone to the right, basically around the meteor at Karnak, is more notable because it has 2 turtles as a spawn instead of the eagle enemies. In fact, the zone on the right actually... No, actually, never mind. It does have a fair amount of eagles. And then the other zone is just south of here, which is notable because it features silent bees rather than just zoos. I don't think silent bees are anything interesting though. Remain in the game? Alright, fair enough. Oh, by the way, don't worry about spoilers here at this point, because this is neither a casual playthrough, nor I would expect anybody to worry about spoilers for a challenge run that kind of requires a fair bit of knowledge about the game. This game is old enough to vote. The thing is, even if games are old enough to vote, for that matter, as you put it, it's still kind of nice to keep the spoilers out of the Twitch chat when a casual playthrough is happening, because, well, often people have not seen it yet, or not played for that matter. Yeah, the final world map has the zoo spawn on the right side, I believe, of the area, where there is... Hang on, I need to get my controller out of this weird cable mess. They're spawning on the right side, just above the twin towers. Just messing around with the food box. Alrighty. The only reason why I know where they spawn is because at some point I was looking for the easiest way to grab an enemy that could do 25% maximum health damage to all enemies, and zoos were one of the options I was looking into. I ended up going with the giant butterflies instead. Or whatever those are called, the rocks? I guess they're called in different translations. So yeah, we haven't gotten a single elixir yet. Also, the experience is less than stellar if you compare it to how much we gained from those hydras earlier. A bit unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? Other than that, is there anything else I will need to pay attention to in the future to worry about? I guess at this point the biggest worry is going to be X-Death in the world too, because he's going to deal a ton of damage. I guess I will just have to rely on a few sword dances to push him quickly into phase 2, move back into back row, and then pray that he doesn't kill me. At least that's the current plan. It helps with studying. What are you studying, if I may ask? And I would say no problem, but highlighting is always quite time-consuming, even though it's kind of simple. I appreciate your kind words, thank you. Actually curious whether Zeus have any defense at all. Zeus have 0 defense, so once I deal about 700 damage to them, I know I will be essentially ready, but this might take a while. I can actually calculate it. What strength do we have? Let's see real quick. 38 strength. Agility is 37. Weapon attack is 36. Enemy defense is 0. Enemy HP. Doesn't matter. So huh. Really? 43 is only 585 damage on average. What about 50? Okay. If I want to get to 700 damage per regular swing, I would need to go to level 52 or something like that, actually. That is a lot more than I expected it to be. I guess I will have more HP before that happens. So I guess, let's say about 300 HP of leeway with an attack, so however much damage I do. No, 1500 minus my HP minus how much damage I do needs to result in at least 300 left over. Kinda. First year of a university? I see. I wish you good luck with that. Programming and other stuff. Nice. Good luck with that. Since we don't really have a whole lot else to do, if you'd like to, people say that it's the most efficient, as in you know that you've learned and know about something once you are able to explain it to others, so if you'd like to, feel free to elaborate on what you're currently learning. If not, that's okay too. I just kind of looking for stuff to talk about right now. I guess one thing to maybe talk about is I looked into potentially doing the solo berserker run, and so far I haven't really figured out a consistent way of manipulating even a simple combat that I'm literally one step away from, or at least getting to that point from a save point. It seems really inconsistent. Oh my goodness, so many eagles, go away! I want the zoos! Do I have any elixirs right now? One. Looks like Moth has shadow feet. Just a little. What would be the best place to grind right now? Hey, begin the level. Let's see. We are at 9:47 on the timer. How long does it take me to get one level? I see. That makes sense. What kind of programming languages are you learning currently, and do you have any prior experience with them? Or just kind of any inherent interest, or are you just kind of poking around to see whether you're interested in the first place? Also, sorry for distracting you, you should be studying. Let's see whether I can find where the encounter line is. Yeah, somewhere around here is the line where it starts going into the other encounters. I could also look into how much experience do I gain various encounters around Karnak. 360 experience for just a zoo. Good morning, Riza-kun. Welcome. How are you doing? How's it going? So many sword dances. I was looking for a jitterbug to it. Need some curry of beets and sweet potatoes. That sounds yummy. I would like to have some too. Nice. Hope it turns out well. Or turned out well. Enjoy your food. Oh, elixir! Hooray! First one! I did not mean to use a tent. I thought I was on potions. Oh well. Might as well save at this point. Does Ferris have a better weapon right now? Make flash is fine. Although I will need to take that away for... I need a second Mage Master, I think. Just so Ferris has something to do enough damage to herself, and then I also get a Mage Master for Gilgamesh on the bridge. Zoo Eagle Grass Turtle. So this is another encounter zone right here. Nice. Alright, that sounds quite involved. I've ended up just kind of studying C# on my own, and C# is actually quite nice overall in how much you can do, and also how it taught me quite a few concepts that I just couldn't really get my head around in school. To be fair, mostly because I just didn't really bother to actively learn anything, so that's mainly my own fault. Should I dance again, or should I just attack? I think I should just dance. Dance my way to victory. The previous one, Rizu, was a white mage. The white mage is not quite on the... Well, I didn't originally plan on completing all solo characters, or all jobs as solo challenges. That's just kind of an idea that only I came up with recently. So the white mage is just... I just figured it would be fun to do once, and I did. Like... 2 years ago by now? Did I study programming? You could say that. The thing is, I assume you are from Americas, I imagine. In Switzerland, the entire concept of studying, at least for specific fields, might be a bit different than what you experience. Essentially, I was part of a company already, And they kind of sent me to schools 2 days a week in order for me to learn the basics around the job, but also for learning other abilities, let's put it this way, like bookkeeping, stuff that you just kind of need later in the life. Don't worry, Yusef. When we're grinding, there's not usually a whole lot else to fill the chat with, so feel free to continue. So I ended up in school anyways. I learned some HTML, some CSS, a little bit of Visual Basic, essentially kind of a little bit of most things. But I never actually ended up... also a bit of Java. I never ended up using that much because I was mostly using PHP from where I worked at. PHP also, that was just kind of around when it started becoming more and more common to use object-oriented programming in PHP. So I learned that a little bit from there, but I only really learned or started to understand more specifically how object-oriented works once I started learning C# on my own time. With the help of a good friend, that is. They kind of expect you to know stuff like bookkeeping and other skills like that. I mean, you have to learn it somewhere. It's essentially just part of the regular education program when you learn a job. They didn't really teach us how to do taxes, unfortunately, which would have been kind of useful, I dare to say. Which I would have appreciated too, but bookkeeping, it's pretty simple, really. It looks more complicated than it is. And also, every single time I needed to do some bookkeeping stuff again, I had to kind of relearn it from scratch because it's just not exactly memorable, I guess. But every time it was kind of simple once I got back into it. Visible Java are not starter languages. Yeah, the thing is, we technically had starter languages before that, so they started teaching us the very ground rules of Java, like nothing too deep. The depths would come with what you do inside your company. With I only really did a bit of basic PHP, which I'm actually kind of fine with that. I like keeping it simple. Also, hey Prof Ness, welcome, I hope you're doing well. And welcome to you as well, Bot Able. Hope you're having a nice day so far, guys. Tunisia? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not quite the same. I don't really know how unique our education system is in Switzerland. Basically, when I grew up, that was just kind of normal. You get an apprenticeship by applying to various companies that take essentially young people, and they have to pay them less, but also they are required to send them to school at least 1 day a week, depending on the job. For me, it was 2 days a week because I also took some, what's the word, higher education classes. Because, well, I could, might as well. started learning Java and Visual Basic in school a billion years ago. Yeah, for me it would be kind of learning most of the things back from scratch. Thanks to having a bit of experience, I wouldn't take too long to get back into it, I would imagine, but I would still have to kind of get back to the very basics, I would assume. But yeah, I have heard of Tunisia. I've actually been to Tunisia when I was younger as a family holiday trip. Was nice, way too warm for my taste. One thing that, at least as a kid, I never really realized is how transferable the ability to just kind of program is. Like, if you know how to program in C#, you'll be able to take a lot of those concepts and just kind of ideas over to Java. Actually, Java and C# I think are relatively close together. You just have to get used to the different notations and such. Others are a bit further away, but there's still much more to be transferable between the languages than I just ever realized, really. Like, I knew that some trainings and logic stuff that I was taught in school was just kind of, well, it's generally useful, I guess. And I never had any trouble with that in the first place. But I always thought that individual languages are much more separate than they actually are. And yes, Profness. Which is also kind of a thing where essentially I had a bit of a, what's the word? Choice paralysis. Like, I had too many choices available to me to learn this language or this language, then this guy tells me, hey, this language is way better than this one, and then this other guy says something else again. Just like, in the end, it wouldn't have mattered if I just learned one of them really well. I would have been perfectly fine for going on for the most of the things as well. And it just kind of happens that I ended up learning an actual programming language that, let's say, was a bit more involved than PHP that I used it for anyways. A bit late. I feel like I should have just learned it earlier than that. You remember all the concepts, you just forgot the syntax, which could be pretty quick to pick back up. Exactly. The syntax is really... The tools you have nowadays for programming are so nice that not knowing the syntax is kind of a minor problem, really. The ability to think through a problem far enough to define what needs to be done is critical skill from any program, pretty much any other domain. Yes, it's true. I forgot to switch back to fight instead. And yes, Yusuf, I have visited Tunisia before myself anyways. But as I said, it was just kind of a vacation trip. You know, where you're probably just mostly isolated in the hotel. We did go to some city that was nearby. The landscape looked nice, but I've always been more of a mountain person than a beach person. There was a nice beach, but the thing I remember the most about being over there was that they had some arcade machines. in one of the parts of the hotel. That's kind of where I was most of the time. That's just me. They had a game called Cadillac and Dinosaurs for the arcade, and it took me ages to track that game down. Also, on the last day of the vacation, I went a little bit crazy about trying to actually beat that thing, and I spent a good amount of money just putting coins into that thing again and again and again until I finally beat it. Was interesting. Probably worth it, I guess. You haven't written a program apart from a chatbot that you used a YouTube video to do over a decade. With some experience that you will still be able to draw from if you ever decide to do something similar in the future. Wherever the wind crystal takes you. Nice. The wind crystal will eventually take you into the void though, so I would be careful about that. Oh, don't worry, it was not really an arcade. It was not actually allowed, which is kind of the thing I dislike the most about the arcades I've visited here in Japan. Like, there are quite a few interesting games, but I couldn't stay there for too long. It's way too loud, like everything. I don't do well with noise. In Azur's dreams, the wind crystal just takes you home. I see. I'm trying to remember what other games there were. Oh yeah, I think there was also Metal Slug arcade cabinet there. Was it the Metal Slug 2 or 3? I know it wasn't 1. Probably was 2. That's the first time I really got to play Metal Slug a bunch. And then later I realized, hey, one of my buddies has a PlayStation and he has Metal Slug for the PlayStation. Let's just play that a bunch. Pretty neat. Yeah, I don't know how the arcade is in GDQs. It wasn't too bad really when I was at the GDQ. But at the same time I wouldn't spend too much time there when it was full anyway, so I was just peeking in. If it's too many people I wouldn't even necessarily go there. But the thing is... Oh, I didn't mean to use a tent. Derp. The thing is, I end up just... How to put it? Japan is kind of weird when it comes to sound design anyways, it feels like. I don't know whether that is necessarily true overall or in general, but let's just put it this way. When I went into a store named Cope over here, the very first time I was in there, I was just literally overwhelmed by all the noise and stuff that was just blaring into my ears from everywhere. Like there's literally... one shelf here has a guy just kind of announcing the produce or something like that. Like from a speaker, just over and over and over again on repeat. And then on the next shelf there is some other guy that just kind of announces more stuff. All through speakers, by the way. Then there's music playing in the background. But then there's other music playing a little bit further down the line. And there's other music playing where... you just kind of get back out of the store, or into the store for that matter. It is kind of ridiculous. And the first 2-3 times I was in there, I was rather It was rather difficult to focus on anything at all. I did not even understand Japanese. I think it would probably be worse if I did understand Japanese. In Tunisia? Interesting. It was so sensory overloaded first day of HQ that you had to leave your headphones on the first day. Yeah, I understand that. Really, I feel like I was lucky that my very first visit to an HQ was in 2014, where it was comparatively still a much smaller event. Like, I don't think there was any trouble about us not having enough space. Like, it was not overbooked or anything, and it was much smaller venue. We just had the main room and a smaller practice room to the side and a small casual room on a little bit further down the way, and that was about it. Some people just kind of sat in the hallway and played guitar, but there was really not a whole lot overall. But that was just kind of much more cozy to me. Pretty much. Actually, RPG Limit Break is larger than that nowadays. But RPG Limit Break is kind of the reason, that's the main reason why I like RPG Limit Break. Also, by the way, about Tunisia, I was supposed to learn all the countries in Africa during one of my school years. I never was particularly good at doing homework, unfortunately. Just so people wouldn't talk to you. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. Really, 2014, I was just kind of sitting in the practice room and watching somebody play a game I've never seen before, and just kind of, eventually they just kind of mentioned, hey, would you like to know a bunch about this game? I said, just sure. Or you just would have somebody who you don't necessarily know just kind of stand next to you or sit next to you, and then you just start talking a little bit. It was a really like family atmosphere. Extended family, but still nice. Hey Balance Maker, welcome. How are you doing? You and Crouch don't get along. Yeah, I don't like Crouch either, generally speaking. The thing is, GDQ is still fine for me personally, because for two reasons. For one, I can always go back into the hotel room where it's a lot more quiet, so that's very nice. For two, all those people around there, well, most of them are strangers. Pretty much all of them have a common interest to me. Very common to what I'm doing, what I like to do, what I'm interested in, what I would talk about. So it makes it a lot more, I guess, bearable, you could say. Knowing that I'm not exactly out of line here, that's just normal around here. And yes, RPG Limit Break is very nice in that it's just nice, cozy, smallish. Like, it's not small, it's still like 100 people total, but you never really have all of them in one place most of the time, outside of special times like, let's say, the end of the marathon, or even the beginning for that matter. Did we just gain a level? I think we just gained a level. Did I? No, we didn't get a level. I think I just mastered Dancer. Actually, I have no idea what just happened. I thought I gained the thing. Either way, about half an hour ago I was looking at the timer. I was at... Did I get a level? Next level was 29,000 experience away, and that was half an hour ago. And now it is 20,000. But I think I leveled up. Yeah, I did level up in between somewhere, so I did gain a level and a bunch of more experience. So it takes about half an hour right now for 1.5 levels, it looks like. So that's not the most comfortable. Well, I guess it is kind of comfortable, just leaning back, running in circles. Been 5 years now, it has indeed. You know, Limit Break has a new space, hoping it doesn't become a zoo. I think the the space is more of a thing because they didn't want to stay at the old hotel or the old venue, because they got kinda screwed over last time. Actually, I think it was more... I don't know the details. That's just something I heard through the grapevines. I think it was more something along the lines of... the year before last year, they did some stuff that they weren't told that they are not supposed to. And then they wanted to use it the next year again, and then they were told, hey, that costs extra, or something like that. I don't know what it was. Plus, they kind of had to be really quick about clearing out the area, since apparently they made a scheduling errors or something like that. Oh yeah, they had to actually start a day earlier with the entire event, I think. Something like that happened. Either way, staying at the same place is not exactly preferable at that point. We outgrew the limit space? Oh, we did, okay. We wanted to rent out the ballroom area and they didn't want to rent it to us. Oh, okay. Thank you, Rizu. They didn't want to rent it to us. That sounds like a weird thing. Like... At least from my mind, as long as you're not just kind of making a mess out of a ballroom. The size of the event shouldn't really matter much. Or, I actually have no idea why it didn't want to rent. Hey Dingsbones, welcome, how are you doing? You wanna pick up speedrunning right now, sadly, but you couldn't find time for it? Yeah, it makes sense for you at least to have priority straight like that. Where it's like, well, I just don't have time yet, maybe later. But it's always something where you can just kind of keep in the back of your mind to, like, eventually you might just get around to, oh yeah, I want to start speedrunning now, and you have kind of a lot of ideas and plans where you want to just kind of start out with, once you get time. But you already made all those plans, so you can just jump right into it, which is going to be nice, I guess. Last year the food trucks were at the office club, but the food room was in the main hotel. Most people ended up eating outside since there was nowhere in the office club to eat food. Right. I just figure... Right, yes, I remember. Didn't we have a food room the year before that? Very well, hey, sounds nice. Playing Final Fantasy 5 for the first time yourself. Nice. I hope you like it. All those criticals from the Zeus. It's really the only thing that deals damage. Right. I actually enjoyed having the food room over where puzzle room was. There was still at least one table for a puzzle the year before as well. We didn't really need all those tables, but it was just kind of nice to be able to sit inside and just eat some food and also have GDQ on the TV on the side. So we have 38 strength, 37 agility. I was contemplating using the strength armlet in order to get +3 strength, but I feel like the... thing going to be more valuable in the long run. The elf cape to dodge physical attacks from the Pureblos, because the physical attacks are actually going to be hurting quite a bit overall. Are there no plans for second and Zetsu, the Zetsu 3 runs in the future? No, there's currently no plans for that. I like the game, but the thing is, speedrunning it, I feel like the game is not really the type of speedrun I would want to play, to be completely honest with you. Also, unfortunately, it doesn't lend itself too well to challenge runs, like one player or a solo character, just because all of the characters always get revived to 1 HP whenever you are back out of combat after each combat. That makes it a bit awkward in that as well. It's really just Seiken Densetsu 3. It looks like an action combat game, but it has a lot more of a feel of a chess match, where you kind of hope that the game recognizes your inputs at times, and sometimes you go literal seconds without the game accepting any inputs until you're just dead and there's nothing you can do about it, even though it feels like you should have been able to do something way before that. Seiken Densetsu 3 to me is kind of the perfect example of how much the Super Nintendo can do, but would still benefit greatly from having a stronger processing power from, let's say, a PlayStation or even a Nintendo 64 type of deal, just so it would run more smoothly with a lot less lag. Do you have a place where people can watch past low runs of games where you played? They are both highlighted on Twitch if you go to highlights at the top of the page here, but also on YouTube I have most of them exported as well. There's a few that didn't really get highlighted because I didn't really think about highlighting them at the time, but more recently they should be highlighted. You're so overwhelmed with old chops and skills? Yeah, it would have been the same for me, Dingsbums. The main reason why I wasn't overwhelmed is because I ended up just playing the first time through this game here in a 4-drop Fiesta setting. How far into the game are you, Dingsbums? Favorite childhood game? It's really nice. I absolutely love the concept of having 6 separate stories just kind of merge together, and some of them you cross again even if they are not in your party and stuff like that. I love that each one of them has their own motivation, and then there's even 3 separate types of endgames that can happen. Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, and then you can even switch job classes twice with each character into up to 4 final classes with each character. I do feel like it has a bit of a issue where the abilities are spread too thin. Like, there is only a few overlapping ones, like having Charlie go, I think, dark? No, Charlie go light and Duran go dark gives them the ability to enchant sabers with various elements, but that's just kind of the extent of how you get saber weapons and such. There's 2 ways of putting debuffs onto enemies with spells, from Lee's and also from Hawk, but a lot of other spells, they are kind of unique, but unfortunately that doesn't make them exactly accessible when all you get from one of the final jobs is you get a new super tech move, Tech 3, and one spell eventually. I guess it's also not too bad, because usually once you get to third job class changes, you are pretty much at the end of the game anyways, based on how leveling works. After the werewolf village. I see, so you're already involved too. Good luck with that. I do one-shot them in from the back row. Interesting. Even though my regular attack is 400 and something, it's not actually guaranteed that from the back row, where you deal on average, or in general, half the damage, I would deal enough damage to kill those guys that have only 190 HP, I think, because of how a rounding works. Since it's half as much damage that I do, or more specifically that my modifier is half, it could be that it gets rounded down another point, and I would deal less than half damage. I haven't gotten any more elixirs since, have I? Thank you, thanks, Booms. My hope is that they do make a remake of Second and... Ah, finally! Another one. That took ages. My hope is really that they do make another remake of Second and Setsu 3 at some point. Because Seeker of Mana, it definitely could use a good remake. But at the same time, because of how nostalgia works, they would have had to do a lot better than what they did in order to really make it a memorable and good remake. But for Second and Setsu 3, they probably would have a lot more liberty, since a lot of people have never even played it. Yet the concept and the world and ideas and the entire game really is just really good by itself. Hey, the rabbit likes you. It usually rumps some people's hands too, but I guess not yours. You remember the game, completing the game 30 times. Wow, holy god. Yes, there's a lot of really good things about it. Absolutely. Because you smell like cats? I don't know whether that has much to do with it. Maybe cats smell good. Maybe it just kind of wants to befriend you so it can rump some cats because it smells like food. I don't know, you never know what the rabbi thinks. Actually, I'm pretty sure the rabbi doesn't know what the rabbi thinks either. So we're now currently level 37. Level 37... Unless I equip the strength ring, I have to actually go up to level 40 in order to get an additional attack modifier. Oh well. Let's try whether the rabbit likes me too. Brutz. That doesn't work. There you go. Ouch. I guess rabbit doesn't like me too much because I keep sitting in the food box, because people could keep putting me in there. Oh well. It's random. Delicious Grimer is a thing? What? Oh, Grimers are now in the food pots. Grump. All those critical hits keep hitting me. I think level 40 actually would be a pretty good way to go about it, honestly. Level 40 I get an additional strength modifier. How much is it? 38? Yeah, 38. An additional modifier from strength. Simultaneously I also gain the modifier from the dagger. Elixir, nice. How many do we have now? 5? 4. Ew. Take care of yourself. Thank you for dropping by and have a good night. Rest well. And I wish you good luck with further studies whenever you do that. Mainly going around here just to see whether there's different encounters in these areas here. I don't think this will result in any different encounters here. Wait, I will probably keep running in circles here until I'm about level 40. I guess that's going to be a pretty solid level to attempt stuff at. Actually, I maybe also don't want to deal too much damage. How much damage do I deal with a sword dance? $38. 38 would give me additional attack bonus if I were to use the power armlet. So double this would be 800. I was thinking I don't want to deal too much damage to enemies with a sword dance, so they are basically just below... It deals... The idea is that it'll deal just below 1500 damage, so I don't kill them. Because if I kill the enemies, they will revive all their fallen allies, but they will explode for very little damage instead, if they explode. So many eagles. Didn't I put the straw poll in there? I guess I didn't. Also, I'm actually going to redo the straw poll for the monthly. Now that I think about it. Yeah, alright, actually, give me like 5 minutes, guys, because I'm going to go ahead and real quick redo the straw poll for the Yaga monthly, because I just realized in there's currently no DOS games. And I did just today kind of more or less invest a large part of my day to make sure that the DOS games that I would want to play actually work. It's not just DOS, it's also old PC games, so to speak. The thing is, all but one of them I managed to get to work, and that one that I didn't get to work is Civilization 2. So I will also need to make sure that people will for this. Or, well, that they would vote for it again. Oh, when did I mute myself? And greetings to you, Zonbus. Welcome, and welcome to you as well, Wicked Gamer Dude. I hope you guys are doing well. I was muted. I'm not entirely sure when I did that. But also, I'm not talking a whole lot during this right now, because I'm mostly just leaning back, relaxing while the grind is happening as well. But yeah, welcome guys, I hope you're doing well. I guess you probably haven't necessarily heard the thing that I said earlier. Resave has Civilization 2 rule set mode if you can't end up getting the proper game to work. I see. Now the thing is, I would want to play the original, like even if there's a pretty faithful remake or anything like that, I would want to play the original because that's kind of what I remember. I appreciate that, Tenesper. So, what I said earlier, I just redid the straw poll, or remade the straw poll for the Yaga Monthly. If you have voted already, please go ahead and vote again, ! Yaga Monthly, because I actually spent the better part of yesterday trying to get the PC/old DOS games to work. Most of them do work with DOSBox. The thing is, I did not want to just go ahead and download all of those if they were available for purchase or just kind of legally available somewhere. I already had some of those games on GOG, that is goodoldgames.com, and that's kind of the easiest way to get them to work because everything is just pre-configured. But stuff like the Lemmings 2, I couldn't really find anything at all that would allow me to purchase it. One of the more difficult and complicated ones was to get the Settlers 1. Like, there is a kind of an anniversary version type of deal where it's still the old game, but just re-released by, what was it, Ubisoft? So the problem with that was that I couldn't purchase the game because I don't know any Japanese, and the thing insisted that I purchase it from my geographical location type of store page. Which, monetary-wise, makes sense. Unfortunately, they didn't give me the option to, or at least I didn't find an option to set it to English, so it was kind of awkward. Eventually I got it done though, so I guess it's fine. How long is this grind part? So I would like to have about 6 or 7 elixirs, which is why I'm grinding here rather than anywhere else. Since this is kind of a nice average between every zoo has a 1 in 16 chance to give me an elixir. The encounters here give okay experience, although not the best one available. But the best one available, really, I'm past already, since I can no longer go back into the Lonka ruins where I could defeat Hydras and such. So I'm just kind of running around here. So I would like to have about 7 or 8 elixirs in order to move on, but also I need enough damage / HP in order to survive the Pureberos wall. And I've just determined that about level 40 is actually the next best goal level to go to, because that gives me actually a good chunk of a damage boost, which will help me quite a bit. And hopefully I pick up some elixirs along the way, so this might take another hour, maybe a bit longer. Yeah, by the way, the DOS games that I have on that list are by far not all the DOS games that I have played when I was a kid, or the PC games for that matter, but it's just kind of the ones that I remember the most. Like, Oxid is an interesting little puzzle game, and the weirdest thing to me about that one is that I actually have not played that game much. Like, I maybe played that for 1-2 days, or 3 even, and for some reason that one just kind of stuck with me. It's one of those interesting types of puzzle games that I just immediately recognized when I just went through kind of literally the entire list of DOS games that I could find in order to see whether I recognize any of those games. No, Monkey Island is not part of those games. I don't know whether they even were translated into German, because I did not know any English at the time, so even if the Monkey Island games were available, I would have not been able to understand it, most likely. Monkey Island was most likely on DOS as well, but it's not one of the games that I ended up playing when I was younger. Among other games is actually The Settlers. The Settlers 1 specifically is for DOS. The Settlers 2 I remember specifically being on disc, CD-ROM actually. So I did not know whether it was DOS or not, so I just, instead of playing DOS games, I said it is DOS/old PC games. And The Settlers 2 is on GOG.com. The Settlers 1, however, I have to get through Ubisoft. Oxid is a game that you just don't really get the normal way anywhere. So I had to download it via abandonware websites, where it's kind of a legal grey area where how else are you going to get those old games that are not otherwise available anymore? But whatever. Then Civilization 1, I actually had still, let's put it that way, on floppy disks, and I did make a copy of the game that I somehow managed to install way earlier, so I still had that and was able to play through DOSBox. Which I think it was still in my OBS folder of random stuff that I would want to play eventually. Then Civilization 2 is the one that I couldn't really figure out how to get to work. Because it's not a DOS game, so DOSBox doesn't exactly work, so I have to figure out something else around it. Then another old game is Pirates Gold. The thing is, I did not even know that Pirates Gold was actually kind of an extension of a game called Pirates. There's that. I remember playing that a bunch. I'm pretty sure I had never any clue what that game was about. I just remember that I had a pretty good idea on how to get a lot of ships, and then I did not know what else to do with them. They were translated? I see. Have you tried searching the games on Amazon JP? No. Does Amazon also have those kinds of games? Civilization 2 is kind of a big problem. Then Wizardry 6 is available on GOG.com, so that's kind of where I got it from. I already played that one, so I'm mostly familiar with it. And I also managed to figure out some settings for the DOSBox to actually make the screen for myself larger, because it was tiny last time I played it. Then also Lemmings 2 is a DOS game that I couldn't really figure out a way to just purchase it the normal way. And it also occurred to me, for the longest time I thought I played Lemmings when I was a kid. But it turns out the game I actually mostly remember is Lemmings 2 rather than just Lemmings. So I ended up finally figuring that out, and instead of Lemmings, it's Lemmings 2 on the list now there. So I managed to get that to work. The thing is, the weirdest way that game just doesn't start is that initially when you try to just start the game via DOSBox, it kind of soft locks the DOSBox if you just try to do it normally. However, if you drag the Lemmings exe onto the DOSBox exe, then it somehow works? I have no idea why that is. Either way, Lemmings 2 I managed to get to work too, so only the Settlers 2 on that list is currently missing in action. I'm actually trying to remember whether there were any other particularly notable games from old PC days. So there's the series of games that ends up having, I think as the last one in the series is Shadows over Riva. I think it has a different name in English though. Which was a CD-ROM game that I never really understood. But maybe I will want to go back to that entire series sometime and just replay it. But then again, I would need to figure out how to get those games. Another game is actually that I've already started playing on stream for a while and that you have on GOG.com, which is called Albion. Albion is a pretty unique and also fairly fascinating little game that it feels like it has its own system entirely on how it works, and I also feel like I would have to kind of read through a walkthrough slash manual in order to learn how that game works before I would want to play it on stream again. Because it was just kind of... I had no idea what I was doing at the time. So a bit of direction and a bit of an idea of what I need to do would probably be preferable rather than just kind of stumbling through the game. Because personally I don't enjoy stumbling through the games like you were supposed to in the old times nowadays anymore. So I prefer having more of a guided experience and already knowing what to do, like by watching a walkthrough or a playthrough of somebody else would probably help in that matter. That is Albion, then what else? There's also another weird little game that I remember my father specifically playing, and the main reason why I remember it is it gave me some nightmares that night. And let me tell you, it's not even anything particularly bad. It's just, the game plays with 3 dudes that need to do some abilities and just need to do some puzzles together and walk through dungeons and such with minor combat. And the main reason why I got nightmares from it is because when one character dies, you just kind of see skulls in the portrait instead. And I was really easily getting nightmares as a kid, so... kind of silly to think about that. Did you know that I'm playing it for the last... Oh, there's a new old Ragnarok for mobile? I know there is a Ragnarok game for DS that my friend has played. And it's more like it just uses the Ragnarok aesthetics. And it's kind of a story entirely within that universe. It's kind of really strange to me playing that game because it just doesn't seem right. I did not know about that one, Ryok, so I wonder whether that's any different from the one that I have played. What are other PC games that I may remember? I guess if you would like to, you could put the Settlers 3 into that old PC game category as well. That wouldn't be wrong, I guess. I should probably also put Heroes of Might and Magic 3 in there, although I've already played that on stream before, so not sure. Heroes of Might and Magic 2, I actually played a good bit as well, interestingly enough. Despite having played Heroes of Might and Magic 3 before that. I played a tiny bit of Heroes of Might and Magic 1 because it came bundled with 2, and that was just kind of interesting, but that was about it. Did I do the Solo Zerker a few years ago? No, I've never done Solo Zerker. I have done a quadruple Berserker to get... As in, I've done 4 Berserkers, but never solo... Well, let's put it this way. I've never done Solo Berserker legitimately. I've done it with emulator speed-ups and just kind of grinding forever and running in circles while doing other stuff, just kind of offline. But only the quad Berserker on stream. Ragnarok Mobile Eternal Love. While having more modern graphics, it uses the original music, which is nostalgia overload. The music on Ragnarok Online is so good, actually. Which, by the way, if we end up playing the DOS/Win games that for the Yaku Monthly, I will need to have some background music for some of them, since not all of the games actually have inherently background music. You reached Assassin Cross today, which you never reached in the original Ragnarok, although you played it for years. I see. Yeah, I never had a cross either. They made it very easy in this mobile. Doesn't need to rebirth from level 1 again. You say very easy. So, does somebody have a link to that? I'm just kinda curious. Maybe a little bit of gameplay would be nice to see. So do you play it? I can't imagine how you play that game on mobile, to be completely honest. Also, is it an online game, or is it actually a single player game? I guess that's kind of a good question too that I should have asked. Currently my thoughts are spinning around that series of games that ends up in Shadows over Riva. Because I remember having watched a Let's Play of some German dude. I don't remember who that was though. And it was at the same time fascinating, but also relieving that I didn't have to play the game myself at the time. Because it was really old. And it shows. Greetings to you, the Angry Canuck. Welcome. It's going quite fine. How are you doing? It is online. Actual release just 1 to 2 months ago. YouTube. What did you say? Ragnarok Mobile Eternal Love. Alt. Copy. Paste. Search. I don't want newbie tips. I want just see some gameplay. Oh. Well, to be honest, initially when I just kind of thought of some thumbnail of it, I didn't expect to like the new graphic style, but this looks really nice. I should show this to my father. He would probably be quite interested in this, actually. This looks really nice, actually. Very faithful, at least graphics-wise, to the original. Gameplay, obviously, it's quite different, just because it is a mobile game. But my father has been playing some mobile games recently, and I think he would really like that one. Wow. This looks actually really good. Quick question, do they have it loaded with microtransactions as well, unfortunately? I would assume so. You don't usually play any online mobile games though, but this game provided auto mode, and for nostalgia purposes still playing it for months. What does auto mode do, if I may ask? Times like this make me wish I had money enough to get a new phone, but my phone can't even hold Pokemon Go, so I don't even try for this one. That's why you play an emulator, because your phone is too old to run it. Let's see. There's premium membership and some premium currency, so a bit sadly. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's not really an alternative to that, at least not currently, that mobile games could go. Like, this is just the marketing model. Mogul. No, this is kind of the marketing model that has the most promise for success in the long run, or at least sustainability. So, as much as it is like microtransactions and such, it just makes the most sense for them. Which they can't really let the game run just purely based on goodwill alone. They need their money as well. Microtransactions usually for fashion items though. Premium membership can be bought with game currency, so it sounds like they're actually doing it reasonably well for that. You'd rather have this kind of microtransaction instead of ads every few minutes. Oh yeah, I guess that is the alternative, isn't it? Yeah, ads inside a game is such a weird concept to me. I've seen Kashura play a certain game and then just watch an ad for getting a bit of currency, just like... I would like to have that not in my games. It's kind of weird. I'm grinding for both experience and items, Angry Canuck. I'm looking to get more elixirs in order to be able to survive the next encounter, but I'm also grinding to about level 40 in order to have a good threshold of more damage in order to hopefully survive the onslaught of Pureperos explosions that is coming up, because one of the biggest problems right now that I have for the upcoming encounter is that the dancer has incredibly low maximum HP. And also, there's not exactly any reliable way of dealing good damage. You just hope for the sword dances, which is a 1 in 4 chance every time you select the dance command. So there's not really a good way of taking out those Pureperos with a solo character dancer, aside from grinding it for a while longer than most other characters to get really high HP values. But on top of that, also a bit more damage with regular swings, so I can punch them below a certain value. Did you get back into playing this game? You like it? It's really nice. And yeah, I would imagine they have Final Fantasy IX on mobile, because I think the PC version for Final Fantasy IX is basically a port from the mobile. I don't know whether it will be on the phone, but there's certainly a version on tablet. The auto mode is just auto fight. You can just put some skills to use and either choose a specific type of enemy or all enemies in like 1.5 screen range. Interesting. So essentially you can set up your own little bots. How does item pickup work in this game? Look, do you still have those enemies usually drop one item that you just pick up and sell for money type of deals, and they have a 1 in 10,000 chance to drop you a card or something like that? Again, I did not expect to like the graphics of this game particularly much from the thumbnail I saw, but this looks really gorgeous. Like, no kidding, if this was a PC game I would like to play it right now. Am I going to RPG limit break? I would like to, but I will need to figure that out with my finances. Currently, honestly, it doesn't look too good. I'm still going to submit something to RPG limit break, but it's kind of questionable whether that will work out. It's like they're telling people, hey, don't play all day. Here, 5 hours of full experience / drop rate. Is it 5 hours of you actually playing or 5 hours real time though? There's no direct trade, only this exchange NPC, which kind of works like the World of Warcraft auction house. I see. 5 hours of you being in fight. I see, so you don't need to worry about it while you're not in fight, I guess? So how many elixirs do we have at this point? 4 still. 4 is really low. I will probably just hit 40 and then go back to the sunken ship for a while, just to grab a few more elixirs along the way. We're talking about Ragnarok Online mobile? Yeah, actually. Hey Koniki, welcome, how are you doing? By the way, I don't have my headphones on currently, so I was actually just thinking, oh god, did I actually mute the video that I was watching on the side about Ragnarok Online mobile? I did. That would have been awkward if you guys just heard the weird sound effects. You just beat Final Fantasy 9 tonight. Nice, congrats. I hope you liked it. You're just taking a break from Ragnarok Online mobile now. Wow, alrighty. That's actually a good thing now, isn't it? I mean, it looks really, really good. Again, let me actually just message my father right now, because... Again, he likes to play mobile games currently because it's just a lot more comfy for him to sit on the couch and play stuff on his tablet rather than his PC. So I'm gonna message him that thing. I need a link though. Super pretty. Yeah, it looks really good. Bad thing it is, there are hacks for it, so people can see the location of MPs on the map and directly flying to it. Can you define the location of the flying, or is it still randomly teleporting you? Not a hack, it's a passive you can earn, at least for the minimap. That's pretty extreme. Are they still having a 1 hour respawn rate? Should I change to lurk mode? Alrighty. Enjoy your lurking, Zodless. Thank you for dropping by, and take care. And greetings to you, Funklord Trojam. Welcome. Thank you. And I hope you have a fantastic day slash night slash morning slash evening slash whatever it might be as well. Hello. You should keep using it? I would imagine they will figure out a way to prevent that abuse. Probably. You did recently get one of the PC emulators to play Ragnarok Online mobile on PC, which you got oddly enough from the main website of Ragnarok Online. Non-multiboxing version? Oh yeah! Wait. Is there a direct emulator to play that now, or does it simulate an OS as well nowadays? Are we level 39? We are 39 at this point. Alright, I'm going to go back to the sunken ship for a while here. And grab like, let's say 3 elixirs. And then we come back here, because it can take quite a while until I get 3 elixirs. I might just get a bunch more experience over here for level 40. So I think this makes the most sense. Mumu? Watching it work. Please don't get too distracted. You tried Nox, but memory leak hard locks your computer. Oh, that's less than pleasant. I've been using an emulator to actually play the mobile version of Secret of Mana, just to see how it plays, and it actually is kind of alright. It will probably be worthwhile for one playthrough. But that was, I actually tested and figured that out before the remake got released, so it's been a while since I even looked into it. But I did actually purchase Secret of Mana for PC for one of my accounts. I think it's an Android version? I think it was an Android version. So in theory I should still have that. Hey Metal Bear, welcome and thank you for the host. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. How is it going? When he started Nox player and showed it to Thor and Corina or so, he was like, yeah, he can't do that. That's unfortunate. Hey Metal Bear, welcome. How are you doing? Might be faster to get elixirs in the Wind Temple. I don't think so. Let me explain my reasoning here. This area here has at least 3 encounters that all can drop elixirs. The Wind Temple has at least 2 encounters that can't drop elixirs. And in this one here, there's 2. Those 2 guys can drop elixirs. Then there is the Aqua Gel that also can drop elixirs. I would need convincing in order to realize that there was something else. So this encounter here, only the Undead Rust can drop elixirs. But it's still 1 out of 3 enemies. Questionable whether it's worthwhile to fight them, rather than just run away. Yeah, the thing is for Secret of Mana mobile... Hey, there's 1 elixir, nice. The thing about Secret of Mana mobile is that I felt like I really want a keyboard. So here, the car cursor is called in this version. They also give you elixirs or 1 in 3. So there's at least 3 separate encounters already here that can give an elixir. Whereas there's like a 1 in 3 enemies for the Moldwind, and there's 1 encounter, I think it's a rare encounter that has 3 Moldwinds in it for 3 chances of 1 elixir drop. Nice having you on heal flave again in Ragnarok Online. I see. That makes sense. You always need at least 2 characters, don't you? Yes, that's just how you play that game. Yeah, I assume Ryok it takes your IP rather than your location for that matter. Wait, the German App Store does not have Ragnarok Online at all? Oh. I guess my father is not going to find anything then. Oopsie. Alchemist is so good in Ragnarok Online. Oh, for mobile, is it? The original one, it was just kind of more of the one classes that really couldn't do anything by themselves. I guess until they got Homunculus. When the biggest draw of having a Homunculus was essentially that you would be able to just level while standing around and doing nothing. But as I understand, that's not exactly difficult to do on the mobile version anyways. So what does an alchemist have in that version? Two character slots in the beginning. That's kind of limiting. I mean, to be fair, homunculus were always super useful, I dare to say. How many elixirs do we have? Oh, we need to get up to 7 at least. 5. 2 more. I kind of wish I looked into how to program homunculus AI when I was still actively playing Ragnarok Online, because nowadays I had an idea on how to do certain things that would make it rather interesting, let's put it that way. Like, I think there is an ability of one of your homunculus, of the sheep specifically, that allows you to swap places with the sheep. So, in theory, what you can do is you can make your character go all around the map, kind of like a bot, but completely legitimate, because you can specify your homunculus goes over there on the map, then use the skill to swap places, then it goes over there, swaps places again. Obviously it doesn't have enough MP to do that forever, but you kind of can make your way around the map eventually. So it's kind of interesting. You can't manually cast homunculus skills. I see, so it's basically completely automatic now. They don't have aggro AN, it's all defensive slash health away. You get to choose live a Mr. Vanille depending on what you set the skill to. No feeding needed anymore either. You can't manually cast. I see. Hey, you remember this grinding spot, nice. We're going to be here for until I get 2 more elixirs, and then I get back to the zoos. Yeah, either Lord Knight or High Wizard. I would probably make a priest again. Just a battle priest like in the good old days, which I don't even know whether that's going to work in that one. Because it looks like you don't have to be specifically a battle priest in order to be able to kill stuff in that game. Since it looked like even acolytes had some basic form of attack abilities. Once you reach second advanced job, so Aldrich, you can change to the other job of your branch. Interesting. Thank you for the host, Wicked Gamer dude, I appreciate that. Can you actually? Because it was kind of an idea of mine that you might be able to do that in the original, because it seems like it gives you the option, but when you actually try to take the option, it tells you, no, actually, you were not that job last time, you have to be this one. 500k? Cheaper than the million. I kind of doubt there is basically the option to do clever gameplay maneuvers anymore. Like there was, or there is in the original Ragnarok Online, where you just set up vertical firewalls in order to have enemies walk into them for as long as possible, fireball them down, or use some other abilities to kind of kill them along the way without ever getting hit. I just assume it's a lot more streamlined now. Fireball's a fire ring now, cast around yourself. That sounds dangerous when you aggro too much, but then again, aggro might be working completely different now as well. It also makes sense that it would be a fire ring, just because how can you properly tap to cast firewall exactly here to protect you in time? That sounds rather awkward. That makes sense. Until level 40, all monsters are non-aggro. Once you hit level 40, certain monsters become aggro on proximity. Okay, that's an interesting system. So in order to scout for MVP enemies, or I guess you have the map thing anyways now, so never mind. But my idea was, in order to scout for something in a really dangerous map, you just take a character that is level 39 and just run around the map and not worry about getting attacked. That's just kind of my mind thought right now. Because there's always been people that just kind of make clever use of certain mechanics. For example, people used novices, which is literally just your basic starter class, because they had an ability called Play Dead. When you use Play Dead, you literally can't be hurt by anything ever again. So people would just kind of go into the entrance of a castle and set their novice down to play dead there, just to scout what was at the entrance for those castles and such. Did I get another elixir, or... Yep, there's an elixir. Nice, just one more. I mean, international version, at least to me, makes sense. Right now, Ryok. How do you get the international version, by the way? If you live in Europe, that is. Can you even get the game? I don't know how mobile markets or stuff, games like that work. VPN, so you can't get it? At least not easily. Because I basically just sent my father a message, hey, check out Ragnarok Online Eternal Law for your tablet. And he probably won't be able to buy that anyways. Oh well. Punk, elixir please. 1 in 16. Nope. Which is expected, I guess. Yeah, it does seem weird, Kaneki. No! The flame scrolls, by the way, are also 1 in 16 chance to drop. But that's unfortunate. None of the APK to the C version on their official website, even the App Store doesn't have it. I see. Alright, fair enough. So many double undead rusks, which are exactly the encounter I'm looking for, because each one of them has a 1 in 16 chance to give me an elixir, but none of them gave me one. Is there still the concept of leveling up to chop level 50 before you switch, but you have the ability to switch starting chop level 40? It's chop level 40 max forward chops 1 and 2. Oh, okay. It always seemed like a really interesting concept to me that you can already switch at level 40 if you want to. But if you're dedicated, you get more out of it if you switch at chop level 50. But some classes more useful than others. Just one more elixir and we're out of here for now. Come on. What is a mentor, if I may ask? Kind of like, looks like you're scooting when you just go up and down like this, because it just misses the animation frames. Mentor is kind of like a teacher. Yes, thank you, Ghost Eye. Also agrees to you. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. They made a mentor/student system to have veterans help out noobs. Once you reach level 10, you can get another player to become your mentor. They can give you a 24-hour experience buff and plus 22 all stats buff once a day. That's a lot. Oh. I mean, of course you would abuse it with multiple accounts like that, because Ragnarok Online, you just use multiple accounts, it's just normal. Hey Lethy, welcome. Hope you're doing well as well. Also, once again, for anybody who may have just recently joined us, if you have voted already on the straw poll for the Yaga Monthly, you have to vote again, because I redid it and added the PC/DOS games to the list that I spent the better part of yesterday trying to figure out how to get all of them to run work and capture. That's a lot of strength from that index. You could easily get instant cast with this kind of thing. At least through the old formulas. I don't think they are still active. Is it still that dexterity decreases the casting time? I see. Quite fine. Or, quite nice to hear you doing alright though. It's nice. What, 0.1 reduced every 3 decks? Exactly, or is it kind of like a diminishing returns on higher ones? Because that sounds like you could get to really high dex levels and just insta-cast certain spells. Well, yeah. They do Kaneki. But instant cast spells are just really nice. In a certain sense, like, at least in the original, if you use Firebolt like level 4, you would be able to easily insta-cast it. Level 10 you would not have an instant cast. So it might be useful to just spam level 4s, because you can insta-cast them compared to level 10s. Yeah, some of them have a cast delay. I guess Firebolt would have a cast delay. But some spells, well, didn't. Not sure about this one. Yeah, to build on that, there's a really short delay, that's true. So does Soul Strike for that matter. Or Napalm Speed. You're getting close. Nice. You guys really make me want to play that game right now. So, how did you guys say you can play this on emulator? Do you have to use basically an Android emulator that emulates the entire OS? Or is it more of a standalone thing to just run the app itself? Because I'm really interested to check that out. Android emulator? Alrighty. I wonder if it's... I don't remember which emulator I used. I tried the Andy emulator, and that one is actually not laid out for gaming. So it was actually pretty bad. But then I used another one. Let's see, do I still have it on my laptop here? Oh, did I get it? Did I get it? Nice. Alright, we have elixirs. Let's go back to the zoos. Yeah, I don't think... No, I don't have that here. Which emulator would you guys recommend? Oops. Either Mumu, Nemu, or Nox. The main website has Mumu and Nox. Alright, thank you, Kaneki. So it's basically also linked to the main website, which will help me a bit. Nox bricked you. Nemu, your malwarebytes deleted. Oh boy. I remember hearing about Nox. I wish I remembered which emulator I used. Mumu is super clean and simple to get going. Hi, thank you. What's the official website? Probably just this one. Huh. Yeah, they just straight up linked to the emulator. That's crazy. Alright. I will probably just look into that. Do you have to pay for the app itself, or is it free on as a baseline? Thank you, Kaneki. What is it that we need an emulator on or yeah. So Aegis Evander. Basically, I was just informed that Ragnarok Online actually has a pretty good looking mobile game now that apparently also is pretty good overall. Free to play. Let me actually just send that link over. The biggest question is going to be really whether I can even get that. Because I assume, because I'm currently in Japan, it's going to want to send me to the sea servers, but I would rather play internationally because that would be more useful in the long run for me. Ragnarok Online. Mobile is like Ragnarok Online 2 wishes to be, and then the off loving it. Yes, this is exactly what I was thinking too, in the sense that this is kind of how people probably hoped / envisioned Ragnarok Online 2 to be, rather than the silly 3D thing that they ended up putting out. At this point I'm taking all enemies, even though they can't drop elixirs here. I'm mostly looking for experience at this point anyways. Any additional elixirs at this point are just bonus. So basically, Aegis Evander, it is something that people who have played the original Ragnarok Online probably are quite interested in just checking out, because apparently it's pretty decent. I'm really curious. If it says install, get a VPN and switch to say USA and open the App Store again. Oh, hang on, let me read the entire thing. If you visit the App Store in Mumu and it still says install after the initial C version installation with Mumu from the main site, it will be the global version. What does global version mean, by the way? Would that kind of be more of an Asian thing? Tunnel Bear. Oh. Probably shouldn't install stuff right now. I'll just keep that open for later. Oh, hey, another elixir. How nice. Let's see. How far away are we from 40? Not too bad. This will take another 15 minutes, and then I feel like we're going to be ready for the Wall of Purebollos. Global version is new and has a server launch event going on. C is older and is the original and has all the current content from the China, Korean, and Japanese version. Both are in English. Oh, I see. So I guess I wouldn't really care much about it, because I was mainly thinking I would not want to necessarily play on an online server that is further away from Europe than necessary. Like an online server in USA is better for me to play on than an online server from Japan when I'm in Europe. One-step encounter. I did not even know that's possible in this game. Interesting. God, Video, thank you. Thank you so much for 8 drums in a row support. Welcome back to you. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Don. Hey, how are you doing? Hey, Worthless Protoplasm, welcome. I'm quite fine, how are you doing? You're doing good? That sounds nice. Glad to hear that. Alrighty. Good night, Lethan. Thank you for dropping by. Rest well. Also, once again, anybody who has already voted on the straw poll for the Yaga Monthly, it is now a new one, because I managed to include the DOS/old PC games in the straw poll, so sorry for the inconvenience, and thank you for voting. Also, anybody who does not know what the Yaga Monthly is about, in short, it's basically just a monthly event where I do a mini marathon and try to raise a bit of money to, well, live, really. Kind of the simplest way to put it. Gygas showed up as Romas. How does that even work? I mean, I know they randomized the final sprite, Protoplasm. I was just kind of curious how it actually looks in the game though, because Gygas doesn't really have a form, does it? I think there's over 100 actually. Was the red swirly form of him? I see. Crow, hey, thank you for the host. I appreciate that. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to you. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Over 300 Ceromus replacements? I see. Hey Crow, welcome. How are you doing? Oh, another elixir. Nice. Gotten pretty lucky with those. Only 6,000 experience left, and then we are finally getting to the wall of Puruepolos. Ace Attorney. Nice. Ace Attorney is interesting to watch. I don't think I would be terribly interested in playing myself, but I like... At least that time I got to watch you Crow play, it was pretty neat. I like your voice acting. First Romus you saw was Arngemus. How did that even look? Like a slot machine? Currently I'm grinding towards level 40 because I determined that this is where I gain attack ball. Basically an attack boost thanks to strength, but also from agility with the current setup that I have with my equipment. And also a bit more HP, which I need to survive the Pueblos. Was the lettuce orangey? Okay. Fair. Just 3,500 experience more, and then we're done here for now. Right. I actually need to go ahead and turn off the heater real quick, so I guess I also use that opportunity to stretch real quick, get up, just walk around for a minute. Be right back, guys. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's continue. Made a mistake in World of Warcraft, how so? Hey Frog Mary, thank you for the host, and welcome to you. How are you doing? Save the frogs. You're doing great. Nice. Alrighty, Frog Mary. Thank you for dropping by, and I hope you have a good rest. Sounds like your D&D night went great. That's awesome. I see, that's unfortunate, Ryok. Yeah, healing. Very much what I was looking for, by the way. Just a bit of healing. You should be asleep? Well then. To bed with you! And a good night, Ryok. Sleep well, rest well. Sleep well. That's an order. No. Frogs have friends, not food. Hang on. Boom. Sword dance on the back row, 1000 damage, which should increase in just a moment here. So the question is whether I should go for sword dances on the back row first, or whether I should go for regular attacks on the front row first. What gives me the highest probability of surviving? How much more is it? Alright. One more fight, and we are level 40. Which, that's a lot to be. I finished the game at level 36 with a solo character before. Not a single job, it was 4 jobs, but still. Sword fence! Oh. You really like the idea of a dancing dagger on a dancer? Dancing dagger is a really strong weapon for a long time, so it will pretty much be what I will be using for a large portion. Go to lurk mode? Alrighty. Rest well, Ryok. Have a good night. Sleep well. Take care. Maybe I think I want to go and buy regular potions before I go anywhere. Just in case I would want. Also a lot of money now. Wow. Alright, let's do this. Alrighty, so for anybody who does not know how this will work, Purebros have a very simple AI script. In the first 3 turns, they do literally nothing, always. What? 500? I'm supposed to do way more than that with a regular attack. I'm supposed to do 700 now. Did I miscalculate? This is not good. Either way, on their 3rd turn, they have a chance to explode. They explode for as much HP as they have left over, which means if one of the back guys explodes that I have not damaged yet, I am straight up dead, because 1500 HP in damage I will not survive. Like this one here, I didn't damage yet, I'm dead. So that means we increase the death count. I'm supposed to deal more damage now. Did I miscalculate? Let me check my strength stats real quick. So, at level 40 I'm supposed to get a strength modifier bonus from strength. Oh, a bonus attack modifier from strength and agility. Let's see. We have 37 agility and 38 strength. Level 40. Oh. It's 41. Why is it? Oh, it's because I calculated with the training suit, didn't I? Yeah. I calculated with the training suit. A bit less defense, but it will give me more strength now, or more damage output. So this is better. You know, go lurk. Alrighty, enjoy your lurking, Ryok. Thank you for dropping by. And rest well. Alrighty, so my basic idea is I just need to get lucky. Like, there's a huge amount of luck involved. First, I need to hit the front Purebros. Each one of them once, so I would survive 1 explosion from each one of them. But if 2 of the front guys explode, I'm also dead, because they have about 1000 damage with their exploder. And I'm not sure whether I want to just kind of do a try for a sword dance for one of the back row, or whether I would want to go ahead and just keep hitting them. The back row has a problem that I only deal about 250 damage, so I would need 2 hits in order for them to not kill me. I could try to go for a sword dance right away in the very first turn on one of the back rows, like this one. Unfortunately, Tempting Tango does not help me in any capacity. It will not confuse them. So yeah, 2 Tempting Tangos is pretty much a death sentence unless I get insanely stupidly lucky. Which kind of wasted because I didn't deal any damage yet. So, when you kill them, they cost life too, as their death counter, so to speak. Life 2, what it does, it revives all their allies that have fallen. And that means I have to kill them again. They have full HP again now, 1500, so it's kind of dangerous if I ever get to have them accidentally use life 2. So there's that. So on top of me needing to somehow get lucky enough that not all of them explode, I also need to get lucky enough that specifically the ones I haven't damaged yet do not explode. Let's see. Cherrybug do it. I would survive an explosion from that guy now, so I'm going to leave him alone for now. Tempting Tango, once again, it's just kind of bad news right there. Maybe if I get the Cherrybug, I want to just pick stuff. Alrighty, sword dance. He is going to explode for about 500 damage, which that's 500-ish damage. Unfortunately, the second one immediately explodes as well. They have a 1 in 3 chance to explode. If I had more HP, I would be able to just go ahead and, let's say, whack each one of the front guys once. And then survive 2 of their attacks instead, but we don't have that much HP. Exploder is fixed damage. It's neither magic nor physical, I don't think. So even if I defend, it's not going to change the amount of damage. Probably. I have to admit, I don't think I ever tried. So maybe I should try. Just to see whether that actually makes a difference. Alright. I'm going to actually defend the next time I get to the 3rd turn. Maybe it could be a thing up. It could be. I don't think it is, but hey, who knows. Thank you, Rizakun. But I think in the GBA version, or at least in some version... Alright, it is fixed damage. Fair point though. So at least in some version, I was really surprised to learn that you could defend and Surge Beam's damage got halved. I still don't know which version that is anymore though. I think it was GBA, but I'm not sure. I could also equip the Strength Ring and deal even more damage to those guys. By even, well, just a little bit. So, 2 of those guys are hit now. Each one of them individually exploding onto me is not going to kill me. But 2 of them exploding without me being able to do anything in the meantime will still kill me. 2, 3, 4. That guy doesn't explode. This one? Alright, that's actually good. This is why we have elixirs. This is kind of what we need. So, now... I can hit this guy. He will also not kill me anymore. The back guys are still problematic in that they would kill me. I think I should hit this guy again. This guy too. So, each one of them, if they explode, I will only take a bunch of damage. Oh, I'm not going to survive an explosion from the top guys. I don't think. Ah, it was actually really close. If I didn't take the physical attack, I would have had a good shot at winning there. So that was pretty good. What I could do is I could, as a matter of fact, use the power ring here, which does give me more defense. But now I don't have the 1 in 3 chance to dodge anymore. But it will also give me an additional attack modifier. So I will deal even more damage with a regular slash. So it should be around 600, which might just make the difference. So the Purebulas in the back are really just kind of a big problem here. So I think I want to just dance on one of them. Nice. Perfect. So that guy is kind of diffused, you could say. Because the back guys, I just can't hit easily anyways. Oh, this doesn't deal nearly as much damage as I hoped it would with that strength armlet. Alrighty, so we are at the mercy of RNG. Let's see. That guy was one of those that could have exploded and it would have been okay-ish. That guy as well. That guy is not one of them, unfortunately. Yeah, we are essentially just running against the wall until the wall breaks down. We had a pretty good start earlier, but we need a bit more than just a start. I wonder whether it would make more sense for me to sword dance onto the front guy first. Like, I don't know, if I remove some of the front guys, do the back guys become front row afterwards? That does not help. That really doesn't help. Oh. Almost certainly not going to survive now. Each one of them has a 1 in 3 chance to explode, so none of them exploding in their given turn is a 2 out of 3 to the power of 6. 1 minus 2 out of 3 to the power of 6. We got to the 6th one. The last one finally decided to explode. Hey Zant Knight, welcome. Thank you. We're definitely trying. I don't feel like grinding any further than what we have right now, so we'll see. I hope you're doing well. I'm going for the regular attacks again first. Because if I take a bit of damage and then just go for a sword dance slash jitterbug, that might end up being more useful in the end. The 3 of them don't instantly kill me if they explode. But if 2 of them explode, I'll still be dead. Oh! I guess also if they hit with a good physical attack, I'm gonna be toast. So maybe I should... Actually, yeah, I'm going back to the Elf Cape. Because the damage increase wasn't as great as I hoped it would be. So we are just gonna roll with this. You're doing great! Nice. Dance till you drop. Yep, that's currently what we're doing. And we are dropping pretty frequently and often because this is a huge RNG fight. Because unless I grind to like level 50, I would guess, probably more like 55, I would not have enough HP to survive a full damage exploder. And even then I would need to get another turn before they hit me with their physical attacks and kill me. And that's if just one of them explodes. Bash your head against the bricks hard enough and eventually they'll chip at least? Probably. Or my head will just kinda become mush. We are probably having a better shot at winning this fight, Wicked Gamer Dude, but I wouldn't say it's a good shot at winning this fight. At least one physical attack will defuse an individual one of those guys from killing us in a single explosion. Now the question is, would it be more efficient for me to only hit 2 of them and then just wait until one of the front guys explodes? And hope that works out that way? Or maybe it would be more efficient if I were to just do a sword dance in order to remove one from the equation entirely right away. Alright, the back guys are fine. None of them exploded, alrighty. Oh, you're in the back row? Okay, I thought you were in the front row. Okay, 4 of them are diffused now. Unfortunately, that did not help us. No. Ahaha! Exactly the one that, well, actually, one of the two that wasn't damaged yet exploded, and unfortunately it wasn't the sword dance. You got this, you got this, you don't got this. That day. Best strat is not dying. I think that is usually true for most situations. There's some rare exceptions though. Mystery Waltz. I think if I land one Mystery Waltz, he is not going to have enough MP for reviving his bodies anymore. So I could just kill this guy right up and he would be fine. And another bot bites the dust. Honestly, I think just regular attacks and hoping I survive for just long enough is going to be my best plan. I could also try hitting at least one of them twice. Because that way I only take like 500 dish damage from an exploder. Actually, with this out of the way. I did not mean to land. Start. There's plenty of parts in the void. Wow. Another one butts the dust. Right. You are correct on that, Worthless Protoplasm. The problem is that you would either need a thief in order to steal it this early in the game, or it is not until way later in the game where you get access to those items. Ouch. Even an explosion from the front, guys, is now really dangerous. Oh, good block. Alrighty. We're still in this. So, should I sword dance now onto the back row? Or should I hit the front row once more each? I might survive. Actually, I only need to hit one of them from the front row once. But I'd rather try to sword dance this one here, because if I get the jitterbug instead, I can just hit him once physically. And I will still be out of the... No, actually I hit the other ones physically first. I will still be in the green if this guy does the thing. Don't explode. Back row really can't explode right now. Ouch. The criticals hurt a lot. Don't hit me, please. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're still in this. I don't remember which one I hit twice already, so I'm just gonna sword dance on the back row. I should really pay more attention. Sword dance, nice. Okay, this guy is pretty much diffused. Just one of them exploding is going to be a major problem. Okay. Bottom left I hit twice. I see what you mean. Okay, don't explode now, please. No! So close. So close. Alright. That was two sword dances, perfect, but they decided to explode just together anyways. I was considering holding my action and just using elixir as soon as the first one explodes instead, but that wasn't quite what we needed. Good RNG until the double boom, yes. We got really close though, so it's encouraging. And honestly, I'm just going to hit each one of those guys in the front twice. Once I hit them once to this. Unless I get exploded on, which I need to heal anyways. Ouch. Or, well, if I can anyways. Bonk. Would Mage Master strats help in this fight? Not really. But the problem about the Mage Master is I still need to kill the enemy in order for it to be applicable, because the only thing Silence does is it prevents them from reviving each other when I kill them. But if they kill themselves, they don't revive each other anyways. Also, you cannot silence the explosion. Exploder is blue magic, and you cannot silence blue magic in this game. Actually, I think if I sword dance the front guy, the one on the bottom middle is actually going to be... Or is it the front guy or is it the top right? Either way, the bottom middle is going to be... in the front row, so it's easy to punch him into the thing. Jitterbug do it, I guess. Does the trick, but I would need really a lot of luck to survive this. Let's see. Alright, I guess the front two don't technically kill me. Almost though. And then just physical attacks might just kill me unless I get really lucky. That's if they don't just explode instead. I guess at night, a lot of this, at least for solo characters, solo chop challenges, has already been staked and explored by other people. So a lot of the things I'm doing, so to speak, is thanks to having knowledge from those people, which is pretty awesome. Wonder whether you would have enough HP or MP to use Life 2 here. Like if I were to just kill the guy in the front now, would it say Life 2, not enough MP or not? Let's see. Oh, it does. Okay, so in theory I could kill the front guy here as well, and he would not have enough MP. Exploder, I think, costs 0 MP, does it? Hang on a second. Oh, that's interesting. If I use 2 mystery waltzes on one of them, they will not be able to explode either, because Exploder costs 1 MP. And I essentially drain them of all their MP if I use 2 mystery bolts on one guy. So that is something worthwhile keeping in mind. Nice, one of them dead. I can sword dance on one guy. That's about it. The problem is if I were to sword dance on another guy and actually kill him, then... well... oh, he's in the front row now, nice. then it would just revive the previous guy, and we are kind of back on square one. Ah, this is the one guy that didn't or shouldn't have exploded. Guild timer? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a mean one, Things Bonus. That's a very mean one, because you can make it all the way through the fight and it just still kills you in the end. Food box is empty. Oh no. Oh, this is pretty much a death sentence already, getting 2 tempting Tengas. At least Jitterbug does enough, and even Mystery Waltz has a very specific use. Nice. Boom. I didn't even want to play with him. Mystery Bolts, he can no longer revive his buddies, but I still would like to kill this guy rather than anybody else. Would make the most sense. Tempting Tango doesn't do anything. Tempting Tango confuses enemies, but those guys are immune to confusion. And Mystery Waltz, which means unless all of them don't explode, which each one of them has a 1 in 3 chance to explode, we're going to die. The last one exploded, okay. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and try the regular slash attack strategy again. I feel like that makes the most sense. And hey, the Inkspoons, thank you for the good luck. I can only use that. So, best case scenario is actually I just slash the front 3 Purebros, and then the one in the far front actually explodes, meaning I can hit the guy at the bottom for full damage as well now. So this guy here explodes in the first turn, but nothing else. I heal and then I can hit the bottom one. And that would be the ideal start, but then we might still die 2 subsequent turns, which that happened. Happens a lot actually. Oh, now I'm dead even if the front guys explode. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna dance on you. Right. And I'm gonna dance on back guys as well. If I get a Jitterbug, then that serves a double purpose. Oh, Jitterbug. Do I have a high potion? I do. A Jitterbug on that guy would have simultaneously made him less dangerous, but also lent me a possibility of, oh, him not actually dealing lethal damage. Okay, please no more airs explode. Aww. That's kinda promising. Oh, Stepsky, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing, and if I may ask, what were you doing? I'm not sure why I'm dancing twice here again. You're good? That sounds nice. Ah, that's unfortunate. That guy didn't explode. We actually would have been in a good position. Glad to hear you're doing good. Move or die? I think I've heard of that one before. That sounds nice. Alrighty, I hope you had a good time there. Let's try with regular attacks again. I wonder what is more dangerous, one enemy having the chance of exploding or two exploding simultaneously. Interestingly enough, even if I just do a regular slash onto the back row guys, if I'm at full health, I would survive their explosions as well. But chances are that I will get hit physically often enough that I will still not survive it at the end. Like right now, even if this guy explodes, I think I'm gonna die. Yeah. Because I just took too much physical damage on top of it. Even though, aside from that, it was kind of the perfect start. Because just the physical damage piled up too high. They seem to have a really wide spread on how much physical damage they can do too. And this seemed to be more on the higher end. It would be nice if the Chocobo would help out even a little. If you are a summoner, you can actually summon Chocobo in battle. Which is useful in I think exactly one instant. I actually feel lucky right now, so I'm just gonna sword dance on the second guy. Aw, no sword dance was had. I would actually be interested in if I land 2 Mystery Waltzes on this guy, whether he would be able to still explode or not, because I think explosion costs 1 MP, but then again, I'm not sure about that. Well, this is the one guy that could explode, but then even if the others don't explode, their physical attacks will still kill me if they connect. We have a decent chance to avoid it, but not decent enough, let's put it that way. I did not mean to fly. But yeah, even if the Chocobo would generally help us out, that wouldn't be a solo character challenge anymore, would it? Jitterbug, alright, let's dance on the next guy. In theory, I'm gonna survive an explosion from him, if the other enemies don't deal too much damage, that is. I still haven't decided whether it's better for me to just physically attack or go for lucky dances. Because in the end, I need to get lucky anyways, that the back 3 initially don't explode. Reimer's always ready to party. He's just waiting in the wings. Wouldn't be slightly less luck reliant if you just do normal attacks though? Would it be? Maybe. So my thought process is essentially that it might be less luck reliant in terms of getting through the first turn, but a sword dance would just kind of eliminate an entire enemy by itself. And that guy would neither use Exploder or physical attacks anymore. And as you can see, the physical attacks are a problem as well. Basically, all I'm looking for is one sword dance on the first guy, because then I can also physically attack another guy that is no longer in the back row for 500 instead. Like, this is a good start. This way, again, he just doesn't physically attack anymore. I think then subsequently just using physical attacks is necessary, not just because it's luckier, or I can't rely on lucky dances anymore. It's also, if I get another sword dance, he's just going to revive the guy that I just killed. So that wouldn't exactly be helpful either. Aww. Almost a good start. So yeah, I think a sword dance on the first guy is good. If I get a jitterbug do it, I will just roll with it that too, but I will try to still sword dance another one. If I get 2 mystery waltzes on one enemy, I will try to kill another one with a sword dance, and then kill the mystery waltz guy, because actually I don't have to worry about the mystery waltz guy, because he's not going to explode anymore, at least in theory. Hey Aster Husky, welcome, how are you doing? So, Tempting Tango is just, well, rip me type of deal. How many more levels would you have to grind to deal 750 damage with a normal attack, or barely survive a 1505 exploder attack? In order to deal 750 damage, I would need to level up to 5. So for an average damage of about 500, I would need to level up to like level 53. Did I just physically attack? I guess I did. Actually, 53 is not good enough. 54. $54 would be the next best number there. On average, I would deal 729 damage. Boom. And I gain about, I think, 35 HP per level. So that would be 3, 7 levels to get the necessary HP. Up to 47, which that would take a long time, I think. So I feel like it's going to be quicker in the long run to just keep trying. Because even if I deal 750 damage with one attack, it would still end up being kind of lucky in the end. Didn't dance on the last one? No, let's just attack. Could really go for a grilled cheese. Food sounds actually kind of like a nice idea. Monsieur Coq. I think I know what you mean in terms of pronouncing it, but I have absolutely no idea what that is currently. I might have had it. I might not know it by the same name. Ah, 2 of the front ones explode. Exploded. Honestly, let's see, just the 3 front ones exploding. Actually, the 3 back ones exploding. That better than 1 in 4. No, 3 front ones. 2 and 3 to the power of 3 is 2, 8. 8 in 27. I think actually going for a sword dance initially right away is kind of the way to go overall. Hey Chaos Kitty, welcome. How are you doing? Okay, so this is interesting. We are still alive. That's exactly what I was hoping for, actually. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and attack this one. And attack the one to the left. And I'm going to wait until one of them explodes, maybe. Or I should use a high potion. High potion is sufficient. Ah! Wrong guy. That guy couldn't explode. Didn't take any damage yet. I was hopeful that I would be able to sneak in just between, but I'm not sure I can sneak between those guys in terms of ATB. Are the pureebras just ultra crunchy grilled cheese? If you ask me, they are probably a bit burnt at that point. Grilled cheese don't usually explode. At least not when you make them. Right. Juicy and cheesy though, just a little. So, all of them will kill me, except for the very front one. And that one will kill me now, because I've taken too much damage. Assuming any of them explode, that is. Ah, this is silly now. This guy still technically kills me. Alright, one less. All of them still kill me with an explosion because they didn't take enough damage yet. I'm just gonna go for a attack here. This guy will now not kill me. I could have healed up instead, and the bottom right guy would have also not killed him with an exploder. Turns out, doesn't really matter. You need cheese threats to defeat them. The explosions are the hot pizza sauce spilling out and burning you. Hot pockets? I guess that actually makes sense. So they have pizza rolls. Right, I think the front guy can no longer explode to deal damage to me. Probably. And last guy can't explode anymore because he's dead. I really wanted to see the front guy try and explode. Because I think he can't, but I don't actually know that yet. He never confirmed it to me. You got a lovely brie today. I'm not that much of a fan of melty cheese type things, as in... That's not... I don't mean melted cheese, I mean more like the cheese that isn't inherently solid. But that's just me. Good luck to you, Chaos Kitty. Sounds nice, Kaneki. By the way, which areas are in that rum thing? Is glass time still? I actually... never mind, I've seen a screenshot of glass time. How about Umbala or Komodo? Or those kinds of areas? Seems like pretty often we get a mystery water here. But that's just kind of variance. Umbala's not in. Komodo maybe? Komodo was added as one of the earlier expansions in a sense. Lu Young or Light Alson. Light Alson is kind of late-ish, I guess. Ha! He can't explode! Okay, it's confirmed. That guy can't explode anymore. Hey, we actually survived? No, that's just weird. I have 2 more attacks I can do. Should I heal, or should I just try to dance instead right now? So here's the thing, the front guy, he is only ever going to physically attack. He can't explode. The top left guy, I would barely survive. I will not survive an attack. So in theory, I can try to minimize the threat of one of the guys on the left by either using a jitterbug or a sword dance. Either one would be making him less dangerous. Tempting Tango unfortunately does not help. Jitterbug is good because I'll now survive the explosion of this guy. He didn't explode though, so that's okay too. Good blocks. Unfortunately this guy had to explode. We had a pretty good setup there. The highest level zone at the moment, is, oddly enough, is Luti. It's not that odd, but that means... the clock tower already exists, right? Or at least the area around the clock tower. That was Aldebaran. Alright, I theoretically survive an attack or an exploder from this guy now. Weirdly enough, 2 mystery waltzes are actually somewhat convenient, although initially I would prefer to get a sword dance going here. Boom. This guy, I didn't play around. F2 and B2. Is F2 the one with mostly alarms, or is that the one where there's clocks running around? 2 new MVPs. It's been so long I've been in Clock Tower. They didn't have any NVTs in Clock Tower at all, ever, at the time. F1 is clock. So, what is the entrance level then? It never got an MVPs in Ragnarok Online. Yeah, that's kind of what I remember it as anyways. Aww. Too bad. That was pretty good until that last guy exploded. Oop. Hey Brimas, welcome, how are you doing? And thank you for the good luck. Oh. Pork chop is a midnight snack. I see. Hope that goes well, Rimas. And welcome to you. Boom. Another one, another butt stays to dust. I didn't even get the opportunity to use many elixirs yet. I think the most I've used so far in this combat is 2. And some high potions. Another one bites the butt. It is. Nice. Oh, do you... I always like the pyramids for some weird reason. Does this Sphinx already exist? Yeah, I figured, Kaneki. How far into glass time can you go, by the way? Like, one of my favorite things to do in Ragnarok Online was just leveling mages. Because I've gotten pretty good at that at some point. And I will just go into glass time sewers, whatever level that is called, and kill stings for a while. Pyramid, yes, things you're not sure. You're grinding mummies in pyramid. Yeah, I remember when you would go into the 3rd level in the pyramid, and one of the viable quote-unquote strategies was to be an archer and just snipe mummies from across the gaps. Because that was weirdly efficient, I guess. So the front Purebros is actually pretty much diffused at this point. Because he can no longer explode without MP. This guy is diffused because he has no HP anymore. And the thing is, even if I hit the guy on the left, I can either heal or hit the guy on the left. Neither is actually going to let me survive an exploder, so I'm just gonna dance on the guy on the left here. And this allows me to maybe... No, actually I'm not gonna survive it either. If I hit him again, I'm gonna survive it, if he explodes. Aww. All that strategizing for nothing, because I just need to get luckier. Chivalry 1, Prison 1, Sewers 2, and Graveyard? I would assume it's Churchyard before Graveyard, or is it directly the Graveyard now? What about the place where the wind ghosts were? Bottom left of last time. The Rabbi reached level 63? Oh goodness. The Rabbi should come and ram some of those poor Eberos. Geffen Tower B4? Like last time had wind ghosts in the southwest part, in the stair maze. I don't think I've ever seen wind ghosts in last time. That must have been after my time of playing. Geffen Tower, let's see, the first level was poison spores, mostly. And then eventually they just put hunterflies in there for some weird reason. So it was mostly poison spores and steel chon-chon. Then the second one had a few nightmares, a few Chaco pumpkins, I guess they had bats. Mostly interesting things, but never really worth hunting for any particular reason. Yeah, the bottom left of last time, barely anybody ever had a reason to visit, really. Because the wind ghosts were not particularly easy to come by because of the maze-like structure and the weirdness of the staircases there. Oh yeah, marionettes as well, I do remember those. Marionettes for a card set, I see. I know about card sets, but they were mostly after I stopped playing. I just remember marionette card not being particularly interesting at the time when I played still. What else? Either way, wind ghosts were definitely in Geffen bottom left, but as you probably pointed out, there was almost never a reason to go there, really. I at some point made some efforts to try and see whether I could get some thing interesting going, because one of the interesting things to me, anyways, about Wind Ghosts was that they had very low defense and not as much health. The downside is you needed Mandragora cards in order to get effective weapon against Wind Element, and those were rather expensive. So my best bet would have been using a Crusader with a Soul Link and Shield Boomerang in order to take out the Wind Ghosts. I never ended up doing that. Earth Bottles? Right, those were a thing now too. That, again, that was pretty much after I stopped playing Kaneki. The only thing I remember you could do in terms of enchanting your weapon was using those dark bottles that you would find in the ridiculously powerful Geffen dungeon thing. You know, the thing that you warp to just outside of it. That's just Dark Element. That's the only thing I remember. Euphania? Yeah, that one. I never actually went in there because I didn't have a CAC that would survive, really. Hey, nice sword dance. Ow. Okay, we are good for now. I have 3 more turns, so the front 3 are now more or less diffused. The question is, should I dance onto the back wall? If I do get a jitterbug, it would be good. It would be a sword dance would be good. Mystery walls unfortunately would not exactly help right now unless I do 2. And I'm not gonna risk 2. I will heal up before. So I would hope for a jitterbug, or I could just start hitting the front guys. I would have a higher chance of surviving their attacks. Let's actually just do that. I'm just gonna hit this guy and the guy on top. So if they explode, they only deal a little bit of damage now, which I would survive, in theory. Hitting that guy too. Ah, the one guy that shouldn't explode and still had a turn before I get mine again. Abysmal is terrifying in the Yeah, I remember when Abysmal Knights were just in glass time in the King's Room. And I thought it was actually some form of a boss, which it wasn't, never was. And I trapped him with my level 65 or so wizard. I had Ice Wall at the time. And Meteor Storm. And so I spent like half an hour just using Ice Wall, Meteor Storm, which had an insanely long cast time because I was so low level. And I would deal so little damage because he has pretty high amounts of magic resistance, and Meteor Storm doesn't deal that much damage. So it took ages until I killed that thing, but I killed one! Later on I've been better at that. Ragnarok Online mobile. Kablooey. Yeah, Kablooey. That's kind of my initial stance on it. It looks actually gorgeous, I would say. Like, the looks are just what you would have wanted Ragnarok Online 2 to be, really. But I'm also not a fan of mobile games, but I will likely try it out, actually. The front guy is now completely tame because he can no longer explode without MP. Chances are good I'm gonna die here. Yep. No playtime. The original Abysmal Sight is pretty slow in the old PC. He is, yeah. And the most dangerous thing or scary thing about it... Actually no, he's pretty scary. He does a lot of damage if he hits you. One 60-minute spawn. Right. I remember getting pretty good with Firewall and Ice Wall combinations, because the way Firewall worked in the original Ragnarok Online, it was essentially just 3 tiles occupied by your Firewall for like 12 charges of fire damage, and each time an enemy ran into the firewall, we would just bump it back and remove one of the charges. But if you place an ice wall behind an enemy, he would get knocked back significantly less far because there's a wall behind him now, and he uses up all the firewall charges significantly faster. And if you are good with your timing on planting the ice wall, you can just literally use up all the charges in a firewall in an instant. So I would triple fireball and then just ice wall, and kill an enemy rather quickly. Which isn't the most efficient method, to say the least. But it was fun. Your arms have started moving up and down along the dancer sprite. Nice. I appreciate your efforts. Maybe it will help. Fireball is a pretty nice spell. The main use I found for Fireball, at least in the original, is I used Fireball and I leveled up Fireball to level 10 just to level the mages to top level 50 quicker or whatever I was leeching at the time. Because I would get 5-6 things together and just Fireball, and they're dead. Orbital Thunder is nice. The thing is, because I was most of my life in Ragnarok Online low level, my casting time with Orbital is not particularly good. So that's that. Grand Cross Crusaders. I've never really had one or played with one for that matter, mainly because the priests I had were all battle priests. I had two. I don't know why I had a second one. I just realized that, of course, the enemies in the front row deal more damage with physical attacks than their buddies in the back row. And I kind of wanted to see this guy physically attack and hit, just to see whether he was in the front row or the back row. Oh yeah, Angeling card would help, that's true. But I think that's kind of one of the few uses for an Angeling card in the first place. But don't get hit by a dark attack or an undead attack. My favorite Crusader that I made is still the one that... Again, at the time, I felt like I invented the Shield Boomerang Crusader, since I have not seen any others around ever. And it was kind of fun to use. Because it always hits, as long as you're soul linked. And it deals pretty good damage. Is this fight always like this? Kinda, for a solo character, it can be. If you don't have a good way of putting those guys to sleep, for example, or just using a bunch of area of effect to kill them outright, or at least have a higher HP pool, or higher defense for that matter, to survive the physical attack, or just a straight up explosion, yes. The downside of the Dancer is that you have literally the lowest vitality score out of any of the job classes. I'm level 40 right now. Most other jobs at level 40 would have like 1800 to 2000 HP. You see how much HP I have? That's pretty much how much I have. And yeah, if you had a healer, the thing is, I was mostly a solo player. I never really went into parties with others, outside of special instances. Boom. So I like just kind of being very self-sufficient for that matter. And even though I was able to just kind of solo in various places, one of my favorite things to do, for the longest time anyways, was just run around in the castle in Glass Time. You know, where all the various different types of enemies are, including the Wanderers. Just because it was fun dealing with all those kinds of different enemies, and I had an answer to every single one of them. And essentially it was a challenge to survive, and I kind of enjoyed that. I wonder whether Flirt would actually help here. Maybe I should try that sometime. You know what? If my sword dances fail again, I will just try to see whether Flirt will have any particularly useful effect. You see that sword dance is pretty effective. How often can you use it? Or more specifically, how does it even work? Oh, you're welcome to ask those questions, Blustering Chaos. In fact, I encourage people asking questions because then they get the opportunity to explain. So, the dancer has an ability called Dance. Dance can do 4 different things. 1 in 4 chance it uses sword dance. And it's just a pure chance. I cannot manipulate it in any way, well, to my knowledge anyways, which dance I'm going to use. So, in a sense, in theory, I can use it every single turn to sword dance. But practically, it's just luck based on whether I get to use it or not. Also, if I were to kill those Pureberos here, the problem is that they would end up reviving each other. So if they explode, they don't revive their bodies. But if I do the last hit to them, they will cast Life 2 and revive all of their fallen comrades. It's a random challenge out of multiple dances. Pretty much, yes. So there's a 1 in 4 chance for sword dance, which deals 4 times my weapon damage. So it's really good. Like, really good. 1 in 4 is Jitterbug Duet, which absorbs HP from the enemy. It deals okay damage, but not quite enough to be satisfying. Mystery Waltz, which absorbs MP from enemies, which actually this guy here in the front has 0 MP now, and he needs at least 1 MP in order to explode. So he's actually neutralized pretty much right now. Tempting Tango, if the enemy is... well, if you can confuse the enemy, like he's not immune to it, it will confuse them. Unfortunately, you cannot confuse those guys. That would be so much easier if it could. Can the explosion miss? No. You can. The explosion can neither miss nor can the damage be mitigated through defensive means. The explosion always deals damage equivalent to how much HP the Pureberos have left over. So essentially, my hope is to take out one of those guys with a sword dance straight away. Jitterbug Duet removes a little bit of their HP, and in theory I do survive an exploder from them. If they explode on me, but the physical attacks of those guys is strong enough that it would likely still end up killing me, even if just one of those guys would explode. Yep, the player's guide. I see, nice Kaneki. Would you mind posting some pictures of that in the Discord? I would love to see that. How many different attacks can they do? So the way these work is... the first 3 turns they do nothing. So essentially I have 3 moves until they will start doing anything at all. The second... in the 4th turn, they have a 1 in 3 chance to attack, a 1 in 3 chance to attack critically, which doesn't really deal more damage, but basically they have a 2 in 3 chance to attack, and a 1 in 3 chance to explode right now. So each one of those moves, 1 in 3 chance to be an explosion instead. And if I haven't hit them with a physical attack yet, I will die. Unfortunately, if I take too much physical damage, I will still die, even if it's from a weakened Pureberos, which is kind of likely to happen when there's still that many left. Ragnarok Online was a game that was very frustrating if you didn't have a party. It can be, yes. I agree. For me, it was kind of the interesting challenge to make it work as a solo player. And you could make it work, but it's definitely a lot friendlier if you had a party to work with, since a lot of classes has really great synergies with each other, and it would just make sense to team up with somebody else. Can you grind a few levels and get more save? So the thing is, it would take me like 20 minutes to get one level. And if I get one more level, I get like 35 more HP. 35 more HP, actually in the previous attempt before this one would have saved me. But generally speaking, it's not going to change a whole lot. So leveling is going to be really slow right now. And each individual level is not going to do a whole lot. Until I hit like 47. Interesting, Kaneki. I actually ended up playing healer in World of Warcraft. Mainly because I was really impressed by the priests we had in the guild at the time, like, I dare to say, and that is very biased without knowing much else about other guilds, I dare to say we had the best healers on the server in our guild at the time. Again, that's very biased, so... Take that how you will. Playing the classic server right now as a priest. Nice. There's official classic servers now. Actually kind of nice. Unfortunately, I kind of learned about it rather late. So I played for a while, but latency doesn't exactly help my issue. Actually, classic servers are official. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, fair enough. Never mind then. Took me a while. Great healer is something far more valuable than a good tank or DPS. Maybe. I just like how much agency you have as a healer. If you are good at it, you can basically turn the boat right around. And essentially win the game for your... or something like that. You can do a lot as a healer, that's the kind of the gist of what I'm getting at. And that's something I really enjoy anyways. Alright, ouch. Ouch. So, I'm surprisingly still alive. And also, this gave me information, the bottom one is now actually still in the back row. So that's a bit unfortunate. I'm just gonna dance on you, hope for a sword dance, very nice. So that guy is more or less dangerous now. This guy in theory survived an attack, but I would need to get really lucky with the physicals, and now I don't survive an explosion anymore. I'm just gonna use a high potion real quick. Or try to, please. No! So close! If I got the high potion in, that would have been perfect. We're getting there. Just need to get a little luck here. By the way, just get to the topic of healers real quick. Essentially, I played with a few healers in my guild, and it felt like I could just do anything I want, and they would be able to keep up with it. It was crazy. Like, I wasn't bad at what I was doing. With my wizard anyways. But I felt like the priests and stuff were just kind of more or less on another level in terms of how good they played. It was really awesome to just play with them. That was a good start, unfortunately not a good continuation. Mage tank? No, the thing is, priests were pretty much tanking Ragnarok Online as well, because, at least at the time, for the most part, you put points into intelligence. Most of your spells are instant cast anyway, so you don't need much in dexterity. So they would put the rest into vitality. So you would just kind of run around, gather enemies, and as long as you're walking properly, you don't actually need to worry too much about dying yourself. As long as you get the spell cast off to kill the enemies or keep them away from you. So you could do a lot by just abusing the mob pathing AI, essentially. And also being wary of enemies that had one more range than most others. Did the odd double tanking method arrive when people noticed they can sacrifice a steel-bodied monk? Oh, yeah, Kaneki, the thing is, for that, at least from when I played in a sense, that was only starting to get really necessary in areas where enemies just started dealing so much damage that you couldn't reasonably just kill them in one attack, or you would too easily get swarmed and just killed without an actual tank. But that is definitely one of the stronger combinations. Would you heal by reapplying Blessing of Kings? Or is that an allusion to how the buffs from a paladin lasted like 2 or 3 minutes, and then you had to reapply them? And then you basically have Palace that their entire job is to just keep buffs up on everybody. Ah, that's the wrong guy to explode. Come on. And yes, Kaneki, absolutely. Also, Earthquake would just absolutely demolish you if you didn't have enough people around. But kind of, let's say, when around Ifrit came out, that is just when I stopped playing particularly much anyways. Like, I've never done much in the volcano at all. It's 200,000 damage, but played among all party members, or at least everybody that is around, so you just need to play with a group. Come on. For some reason I figured that guy would explode. Probably just coincidence. Homunculus counted, yes. Another use for homunculus. If I had haste, I would be able to hit all of those guys before they get to explode. Yes, haste would be amazing. Haste in this game is kind of broken, because instead of getting your turns quicker, you get your turns about 3 times as quick as the enemy suddenly, if you're hasted. It's an insane difference. Like, it's not broken in the sense that it just doesn't work, it's broken in the sense that it's way too good. Can you use rods to get past this battle? Do you have those yet? You do have access to rods, yes. The problem is, in Final Fantasy V you need to be able to equip rods in order to use them. And I would probably be using rods if I could use them. But no, you cannot. So essentially only summoners, black mages, red mages, blue mages can use rods. And time mages. Don't forget the time mages. And I guess mimics, but that doesn't count. Mystics? No, Mystic Knights can't use rods. Alright, that guy is completely neutralized. Because he can't explode without MP anymore. Unfortunately, he still does a lot of physical damage. So I would have preferred a sword dance. Oh, wait a second. Ah! If he blocked that attack, we would have actually had a good shot at this right now. At some point, by the way, my phone will ring, and that means I need to take an extended break of about 15 to 20 minutes, because I'll need to go and chop up some vegetables and stuff. So that will be a good break from these attempts anyways. You meant a class that is like a fusion of white mage and black mage, but isn't a red mage. Has an odd poofy scholarly hat. Okay, I don't know that one. Okay, now we need to just block everything. About that. Especially the front guy, because he would one-shot me with a physical. But, well. Should I just try physical attacks? You know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and try physical attacks. The sword dance opening is cute, but maybe I will have more consistent success with using regular attacks initially. So is my strategy going to be just using regular attacks on all of them? Or is my strategy going to be using regular attacks on the first 3 first? Twice, in order to more or less make them a lot less scary. As in, let's say I would attack the front 3 guys again. Because that would allow me to... Alright. That would allow me to survive a double exploder from them. Or I could attack other enemies first. You have a higher chance of, if somebody explodes, I'm gonna survive it, type of deal. Let's just go with this strategy here. If the front guys both explode now, that would be perfect. But the back ones can't explode at all currently. because they will kill me. Weird. Alright, still alive. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. I get 2 more attacks before they start exploding again, possibly. Alright, this guy I would survive at maximum HP. Actually, I might survive it already. I'm gonna just attack him. And that guy is now... I can survive him if he explodes. The bottom left guys, unfortunately, are still deaf if they explode. Alrighty. Hang on. There's only 2 left that have full HP, the bottom ones. Should I dance it? I get 3 attacks. I can more or less neutralize one of them, but I would need to heal in between 2, so okay. We hit this guy twice. I should have actually hit the guy behind it twice, because that guy would be in the front row as soon as the front one explodes. Then I need to heal. And hope that not too much explodes into my face. I might get 1 more attack actually, which means I will dance onto the back guy. Ah, too bad. Uh-oh. We're still in it. Okay, front guy would explode for 500. I don't remember how much the other guy would explode for. So first of all, dance for this guy. Alright. This is good. Now, I can heal up to full and have a reasonable shot at winning this right now. I think I get 1 more attack before they get to explode again. So I'm gonna hit the one on the far left side. The worst thing I can do now is attack them. Okay, the worst thing I could do right now is attack them and kill them by accident. I'm going to go in the back row, so I will take less physical damage if they attack physically. Now it's just wait and heal. I think we win, guys. Ooh! I managed to get in between. We win! If I didn't get in between there with the heal, I would have died by 20 HP. Oh, that took a while. Nice. Okay, we started at 32 deaths and now we're at 106. So that means that was 74 deaths on the Pueblos. Actually, 72. Because apparently I already started counting before. Oh, no, never mind. 76 deaths actually, I had that the wrong way around. Alrighty. That took a while, but we got through. And I even have more elixirs left than I anticipated, so that's a big plus to me. And we can finally move on! The wall of Pueblos has been torn down. Okay. Wait. Do I need anything else from here? I could actually buy a coral ring if I really wanted to, but there's not really any reason. Like, I have so much money compared to how much I usually have. Can I do anything else? I wanted to get another Mage Master actually, now that I think about it. Because currently Ferris is using one Mage Master in order to do enough damage to kill herself with. So I kind of need another one. Save the game. Indeed. Whew. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. And Falke, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to you. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your stay. Thank you very much. So, I will want to use a Mage Master actually in the next area, probably? How much damage do I deal with a Sword Dance? Just above 2000. Okay. Quick note about the next actual boss fight. So the next boss fight is more of a mini-boss. That's Gilgamesh, where you're solo with Galuf. In a solo character solo challenge, I don't consider him to be much of a boss, so in order to just get by him really quickly and easily, what I will do is I'm gonna go ahead and just turn Galuf into a samurai and just use Guild Toss and he's dead. Either way, afterwards we will fight against actually Gilgamesh. So what I will want to do is, I think he has 6,500 HP if I'm not mistaken. And once he drops below 2,500, so after 4,000 damage, he will go into his crazy frenzy phase where he casts haste, where he casts shell and armor on himself. Essentially, he goes about 4 times as fast as I do, and also takes only half damage from any source at that point. Death by bribery. Yep, something like that. So, we use a tent. I actually don't know whether you get healed before you get into the battle with the abductor. I think if you win the battle with the abductor, you get like an ether. Which, the only reason I would want that is, I guess, to get float from an enemy. I'm actually curious, if I get float now, I'm never going to lose it, am I? No, that's not true. The first cutscene heals are actually also removing status effects. So I would lose it. Oh well. Dance. So this guy can do something really mean. He can use Hurricane, which puts him into critical HP, meaning 9 or less HP. And then he can... never mind, he's dead. And then he can do more things like... just attack me because I'm in critical HP. Either way, Gilgamesh on the bridge, he goes into a really crazy frenzy mode after you drop him below 2,500 HP. So I essentially have 2 options on how to deal with that. One is I use a Mage Master to try and silence him, so he does not actually get any of his buffs off, which, by the way, that does only work on this version. He specifically removes the silence effect on the GBA version before he buffs himself, so he can never do that. And the other option is that I just hope for a sword dance in order to put him almost to death. So I would need like 2 more attacks in order to win at that point. Safety dance? I don't even know that one, sorry. This is the Super Famicom version with a fan translation. So essentially the original version for the Super Nintendo translated. Alright, as I said, this is not really all that much part of the challenge run, so I'm gonna go ahead, put... oh, I did not equip the thing, that's okay. Put Galuf as a samurai and just throw money at my Gilgamesh problem until it is going away. Yes, we just made it past the poor Epolos wall. It's one of the few Final Fantasy you haven't played through and don't know much about it. I see. Yeah, if you would like to get, let's say, into playing this game, what I recommend to you... By the way, samurais have an innate chance to dodge attacks. Aside from being ridiculously overpowered in every other respect, they even get a dodge on top of it. If you'd like to get into Final Fantasy V, there is an annual event where we just play through the game in a 4-job fiesta setting, which means we are randomly assigned 4 jobs out of the possible 22 with which we have to complete the game with. So this Gilgamesh here, once you deal 1,500 damage to him, he will just run away and give up. Guildhouse, conveniently, even at level 1, does just enough damage. Guildhouse is affected by enemy defense and also by your current level. So, now that Galuf is done with his little job, gonna give him the Mithril Dagger back, put him in the front row, and that's that. So this is a solo character, solo chop challenge, which means I will do everything else from here on with just butts. If I were to have fairies as my main character, there would be a short sequence later on where I would instead be using 2 separate characters in order to get past that sequence. Good evening to you, Lambergeyer. Welcome. How are you doing? And yeah, essentially the beauty of this game, in my opinion, is that if you don't know a certain job, a lot of jobs can do similar things to other jobs. So if you are just randomly assigned 4, most of the time you have really interesting ways and clever tools to deal with almost everything you encounter. Sometimes it's a bit cheesy, sometimes it's more interesting than others, but you pretty much always have a way to deal with almost everything. Water bus? So, alrighty. I need to go ahead and chop some vegetables. I was told I should do so before somebody gets home. So I leave you here with some good music, and afterwards we will attempt to defeat Gilgamesh on the bridge. So be right back for about 15 to 20 minutes, so we have a little bit of an extended break. I suggest you also get up and stretch and do something. Be right back.